Yeah, let's get a little rusty. Alright, so we left off. We actually did some decent work. I need to figure out my enums here. Yeah, we can't do that. So I was bringing enum directly in from VS Code. So it's still that. Honestly, we could just adapt it. The syntax is so similar. Is it really just int and float, though? Oh, it's value number type. Right, so value input type. That's way up here, and that can be number or string. I'm gonna duplicate this. Oop, not sure how that got missed. And this would be number type. Now there's something else I have to do with that enum string thing, right? To allow it to have lowercase. What do you mean by peer pressure, Lightspeed? If you go look at my GitHub, you'll see I gave a presentation about Rust at the Seattle meetup back in 2016. I got a t-shirt from the first RustConf. I'm just not a fanboy of anything. I think it's 2016. We can double check it. Alright, so that's the oldest one. Ooh, did I not name it with the same naming convention? Yeah, so I might have to go back a bit deeper. It's concurrency, so yeah, we'll look it up that way. But yeah, shit, I even did one for the Manning Rust Conference. Rust, Wasm, and you. Yeah, that one was good too. But that's not the one I'm talking about. Nah, there's an older one. I think if I just search Rust. Yeah, Rust concurrency talk. So 2017, my bad. 2017, sorry. Oh, that's the most recent commit. Yeah, 2016 was the original talk. And then I think I updated it at one point. So it was 2016. Shit. Shit. I was right all along. So yeah, I'm OG triple, man. I was there before Tokyo. The library. It's a language. It's a thing. It does stuff. Don't worry about it. Learning Rust code made me better at writing other code, for sure. Learning Elixir made me better at writing other code. Learning Go made me better at writing other code. It's, yeah. Every new language gives you patterns that you can still emulate anywhere. So yeah, August 9th is when I worked on this. That was before I started streaming. So yeah, just pointing it out. Tool's a tool. In the same way that we just saw that description of Adam Savage. Yeah, he likes to geek out over a tool every once in a while, but when he goes to build something, he's going to build with what he's familiar with and what he's productive with. For the, tool for the job, not just because he has it. All right, let me grab soda. All right. So yeah, the thing we're doing. I'm glad I was right about that 2016. I hate, like, when you remember a year and you thought you had it so distinctly, and then you realize, oh, Samsonite, I was way off. Right? You're like off by like a single year. It's like, damn it. What else is fuzzy? You start questioning other things and go through an entire history of like, well, what year was that? What year was that? Double check it all. Start counting back from when you graduated high school. Like all sorts of shit. I can't be the only one that does that. What's up, Alba Goat? How you doing? Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Alright, but the part we're trying to do is we should be able to do a, like, serialization thing. So the serialize all, I think, could do it. Not sure where to put that, though. Okay. So I'd have to do that for every prop. That's annoying. Yeah, so it's just the serialized thing. Let's look at the serialize all just in case. Cool. Yeah, that's way better. Yeah, so all of these enums just need something like this. And we're good. Alright, so type value there, we don't have, because it's actually, Oh, that's not value feature. Vexilla feature type. So we've got feature type already. So we're good. And yeah, I think I want to get rid of the Vexilla stuff anyway. Which means feature type here is duplicate. And hey, what's up, Glueman? How you doing? Oh, and Zachary, shit! Thank you so much for the sub, dude. Hey, you're out there still, right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave that hanging. You up there? Come on, bam. Thank you. What's up, Z-Line? How you doing? Or Zealand? Xylan? I keep forgetting. Yeah, Zachary, shit. Hope you're out there, man. I didn't mean to miss that. My message. Hey, what's up, Canute? How you doing? Yeah, let me fix that. Zelino? Is that it? If I say Zelino, are we good? All right, didn't know about that one. Hold on, let me do one thing real quick. Yeah, all right. There we go. So, yeah, why is this no good? Expected type found variant. Right, because we can only do the type. So wait, how do you do, like, discriminated structs in Rust? I don't think I want this. Yep. Nope. Yeah, so I might just want to define these as regular old types. And hey, Smiling Big, how's it going? I'm good, how about you? Alright, so feature type value. So this should just be, instead of input type here, just value type, right? And then value number type. Oh, and I'm missing that. All right, that should be better. So yeah, toggle feature, gradual feature, and selective feature, right? Okay, cool. Really smiling? He gets that one a lot. It's, yeah, happens to him a lot. So part of this is, yeah, where this stuff goes really weird. Let's just comment both of these for now. So it's a struct. Definitely gonna want this on all of the structs I have. I'm forgetting that for sure. Ooh, I don't think I do that for the impl. All right. So yeah, what we end up having here are polymorphic data types, and it's super annoying because it doesn't compose well in Rust, from what I remember. Let's check out this article. And Distilled, thank you for the follow. Right, so they're going through a little bit about the types. Yeah, this is very, very surface level. Yeah, very surface level. I was hoping there was a converter. So maybe I want to be doing a trait instead, but I think I need struts for Sirdi. I'd have to double check. I think technically these are traits. Yeah, all right. Traits basically allow certain things to understand them better, right? So serialized, deserialized being derived here means that at compile time, it can generate a thing that Sirdi can actually use for reflection and magic, right? For converting JavaScript to TypeScript. Or not, for converting JSON into a struct, right? Things like that. Sorry, word fart. Right? My bad. But yeah, I've never implemented one myself. As far as I understand it, it's not like it's attaching a method to it. It's more about just like tagging it so that the compiler can make some assumptions about it. And like the compiler can verify some things about it too, right? If some of these things are not serializable or deserializable, you'll get an error, right? Like a function or something. And maybe even that is serializable if you use the right serializer. But it just depends. Was that a good explanation, E. Riley? I've never tried to explain them before. Right? The way I think of it is it's basically just a tag for the compiler to assume some things and let other things consume them. Kinda? Okay. Is it actually attaching like functions or methods to it? Okay. Well, I mean, in this case, derive. Right? Derive here is actually a trait then. Huh. Or, no, that's the macro. Right? So this is the macro being called, right? And then these are the traits themselves, correct? Okay. Yeah. And, like, I only know them at the surface level. I haven't even tried to make a macro since, like, the upgrade to procedural macros, which is not even that new anymore, but I just haven't tried to make any macros since. Macros 2.0 or whatever you call them. Now they're just macros, I bet. Right? So yeah, here's basically what I'm trying to do, E. Riley. As far as I remember, I would just need to like refactor this. But basically, I have a discriminated union here in TypeScript. And you can't really do that with Rust. Right? Technically, discriminated unions are a form of like polymorphic data type, right? And Rust hates polymorphic data types, for the most part. That's my assumptions. That's what I'm just speaking as my understanding of it so far. To do this the right way, I would actually wrap them into a top-level struct that could have these optional structs as props, and I would look things up that way. Right? I would move the type up a bit to this top-level struct, look at that, and then decide which prop I need to read. Boom. So then my serializer, you know, of the JSON coming in just needs to make sure it maps it to that struct that way. That is my current approach to doing this. But does that sound right, or is there some better way to do discriminated unions in a Rusty way? As far as I know, it'd be better just to move the type value up, or copy the type value up into like the top level of the struct, and then have props that can be nil, or, you know, the struct as we deserialized it, and it's just 4 props. Yeah, okay. Just double checking. I think right now we're just working through it. There's not much to do. I don't have any documentation for creating your own client, etc. The best way you can help is just making sure that we're porting these types over properly, right? Like my plan for that port makes sense. If you want to help test, like use the Rust SDK in one of your Rust projects at some point, that would be huge. That'd be really cool. If you got just some toy project you could launch up on some service and test like flipping feature flags without having to redeploy, that would be a really cool use case. And I'd really appreciate that. But that's like a little ways away. I gotta make the client first. So yeah, the best way you could help is testing, like actually like using it, not writing tests, but like putting it into your, you know, a toy app, seeing how it works. Oh, it's all backend. I mean, it's all everywhere, right? Your backend, your front end, any of it should be able to just fetch the flags and operate upon them. How you want to fetch that, whether on a timer or what, that's up to you. I don't care. All right, so yeah, we have a Golang SDK for version 0.x. We need to build up the Golang one just like the Rust one. But again, I don't have docs for that right now. And I'd rather make sure I go through the process a few times. Especially with the Rust one to make sure I'm like, if I get the Rust types working properly, all of the other strictly type-safe languages that don't have discriminated unions will be able to adapt to the way that's doing it. So I want to figure out that pattern first, and then I can create some docs for it. For some of the easier languages, like Lua and PHP and some of the magic out there, the ones that do support either no types or, you know, discriminated union types, etc., ooh, that's gonna go quick. That's like a direct port. Those will be fast. It's the ones that really frown on polymorphic data types that we have an issue with. At the end of the day, polymorphic data types as your source is still usable in any other language if you write the correct serializer for it, or deserializer. So yeah, don't care about that. Get out of here. Okay, so anyone else that was listening, did that sound about right for the porting process from TS to Rust, for our struts, for our eventual like thing we got to use to deserialize JSON? Pretty sure that's how we've done it before. I actually completely reworked my data types before. That's totally why we had it that way before. We could go back and fix that. I just need to leave a note for myself of why we're doing it that way. Trev. Okay, so got a quick question. Over here in... Yeah, over here in the Typescript, we have a discriminated union, right, between a string-based selective feature or a number-based selective feature and how some of these work. And we have other discriminated unions as well. In Rust, there are no discriminated unions in that way, in a way that is good and easy. So basically, polymorphic data types are what we're dealing with, and my goal is to move the feature value, type here, to a level above this struct, and then we basically have a struct that has, you know, the type, and then like there's an object that just holds number and feature, or like number and string, or whatever. And as long as we know the type above, we can read the prop below. Right, just optional values on the struct. I probably didn't explain that very well. Right, so basically, new type. Let's do foo for now. We would have the feature type right there. And then in here we'd have either string or whatever. Yep. Number, both are optional. And then we just got a guard for the case when neither of them are there. Right, so instead of doing a discriminated union, we'd do something like that instead. Oh, hold on. I messed that up. 1 second. As an example, it would be something like string. And this is actually just feature. I mean, that's not the right thing, but yeah. If we have this top level thing, I can just read that, check it against something, and then bim bam boom. And this would probably be some, you know. I mean, the ideal type is the discriminated union that we have in Typescript. Right, so Vexilla selective feature is what we're talking about. That's it. So, do you do much Typescript? I want to make sure, like, I'm not, like, just explaining something you're very familiar with. I can explain it for other people real quick, too. Okay, so you do a lot of Typescript. So, for everyone else, here's the main thing that's happening. These two extend the same base object, right? Which means they have some shared props. The props that are different are the ones that we see as that make this up. So when value type, or sorry, when value type is string here, then this value can be a string array. When value type is number, then value can be a number array, right? And then I can jam those two together, and by using this value type, I can then determine, hey, if value type equals thing, then we can then iterate over these as if they're a number, and it satisfies the type system. Oh my god, Dicey, that's the worst. That's not good. Sounds like a chargeback to me. Right, so the idea is simply I can use this type as a type. Is this working? Oh yeah, it works fine. So keep in mind, the part where it's string or number, that is an enum, right? I can do it as an enum no matter what. I ran into issues exporting enums for consumption and other things within my monorepo, so I gave up on enums for that part, right? We're just using like strict type, like number types. You know, like the can either be empty, string, or number. So yeah, we're doing an enum in the places that matter. In Rust, we can make string or number an enum. That's fine. But we'd still need to, like, select the value based upon this. So, like, the part we care about is the type of value here. It's either a string array or a number array. And we have to be very strict about that with Rust. Which is why I'm proposing this structure instead. Because then, if I can look at this, using an enum maybe, and verify that we are looking at a string, I can know to look at feature.string for the strings struct. And this one can just be empty. Now, I know this isn't valid Rust, but I'm saying this is an approach that we can do. How do you feel about that as a workaround to our polymorphic data types? Because Rust really doesn't like polymorphic data types. No matter what, I still need this enum or whatever to then select upon which prop we need to read from here. As far as I know, like, Rust enums just aren't that robust. Maybe I'm missing it. As far as I thought, Rust enums were just very simple enum types. Okay, so hold on. There you go. Okay. Okay. Oh, but then you got to do like the tagging? Okay, so the tag is the part that's doing that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I missed the tagging part. I was wondering how it was doing like the selection. So it does do it. Okay. Cool. So type selective would be the thing we're doing there. Okay, cool. And yeah, there's no like extending a struct, right? So that's another thing I want to double check, right? All these features, this is like the feature that we got, but there's actually a base feature that includes like all this stuff too. Yeah. So I just have to duplicate everything. So instead of a struct here, okay. Yeah, all right, just double checking that. Wanted to make sure I was correct on that part at least. Oop. Yeah, that's just not how our app is structured, though. This is consuming some JSON, right? So we want to try and like stay to the JSON schema that we have as close as possible. The less like custom deserializing we have to do, the better. Okay. Alright, so yeah. Selective feature base doesn't exist. Value feature, gradual feature, yeah. And then where is selective feature? Oh, we're making selective feature. So we are going to call it feature type, though. All right, value type here is so it's number or string. We don't have that yet. Oh, yeah, it is. It's value type. Oh, it's not Vex, it's Vec. Oop, come on. All right, so feature type, that. Oop. What I'm thinking is we actually need value number type too. Have its variance accept a value. I'm not sure what you mean by that part. I can give it just the tag of feature type, right? And that would actually do the discriminating, right? I don't think so. I don't think we need to worry about that. Oop, I keep doing Vex. Okay, and yeah, we got to do this difference. This is selective feature string. Yeah, 1 second. Let me hammer this out, and then we can discuss it. I just think seeing it would make more sense. Right, so then the enum would be something like and I'm gonna need some of this stuff. Wait, where'd it go? Okay. So here then selective feature would be something like string oh wait, but they're doing it as that. Would I do it as a prop then? And I just do it instead as something like that? No, they don't like that at all. Hold on. So I would have to do it as parens around it then, right? And I need the thing there. Oh, and this is not feature type, but instead it is value type. Either is fine? Okay. Like you're saying basically where I've got these structs, I could just take this part and just inline it into the enum instead of doing the parens like we're seeing them do with these. Okay. Do I need deserialize on the enum? I do. So yeah, that does make sense. Okay, I think it's fine. Oh, I had it at the end. You're right, I did. Not sure why I jammed these in the middle. Yes, that'd be fine. I just want the JSON to be easy to parse. That's it. So hold on. This is where we end up having value type. When it's a number, I want to make sure we can select upon the number properly. But I could nest an enum then, right? So I could just have selective feature and then selective feature number. Probably do it beforehand. Oh, it hates it. What do they hate about it? Wait, what? Variant conflicts with internal tag. Number type being protected? Oh, I'm not supposed to have that on there. That's it. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, the thing that you're tagging by shouldn't be on the struct. Okay. Yeah. Now here's the problem. We gotta add all this other stuff too. Well, no. So value feature. Yeah, that's gonna need all that stuff. Yep. Yeah, so we don't know that one yet. Oh, yeah, we had it duplicated too. Ooh, so here's the tricky part, though. When it's doing the tagging, is it looking at it before or after this serialize all? Because if so, then the tag would actually be value type. Right, this is where it starts getting tricky. Wait, can I not do that? Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's a trickier question. I think Sirdi is going to tag it based on that first, right? But then when we're accessing it, it would be underscored. Pretty sure. Alright, so value feature is also... yeah, something we're going to need as a polymorphic type. So this feature type right here is actually our feature. where it's feature type. Yeah, this is where our like type system gets really muddy. I need that tag. Alright, so I think this is going to serialize the way we want. It hates this, though. What one? Feature type and gradual feature? Oh. Think that fixes it? Yeah, nope. Oh, now it's just, yeah, for those. Okay. So we have to get rid of feature type as well. Yeah. It does actually simplify a bunch of this stuff if we're doing the tagging right. And yeah, schedule type is going to get fuzzy. Because schedule is on everything, but schedule type is going to change. And Vexilla schedule, what is that? Start, end, start time, end time, time zone, time type. Okay. I mean, it's better than YAML, isn't it? Just as far as stability. Have you seen all the myriad different ways YAML can be parsed and the different flavors you'll see based upon the changes they've introduced over time? It's gnarly. There's like a horror story about it online. All the ways it can totally just parse something in a way you didn't expect it to. So yeah, TOML's at least better than that. So yeah, we are taking an excursion in Rust Typeland. And programming with Paralaja, I don't know how to pronounce that. What up, Pora? How you doing? I mean, Primogen uses it all the time. I'm not unique. I'm not special. Travi uses Rust all the time on stream. There's a bunch of people. It's like a rotating group of people, but when I gave a presentation about it, mentioning other Rust streamers at the Rust Manning Conf in 2020. There was 2 slides easily worth of people to shout out. Still the same way, maybe it's 3. Dozens! Yeah, exactly. Totally. So here's the thing. Schedule time type. Where is that defined? That's here? That's fine. Yeah, so our type here is great. That's right. Time zone, I think, is 1 word, but yeah, let's do this. Gotta be properly rustic. I mean, for now, it's just ephemeral, and it could be an enum. I'm good for now. Right, that's part of the to-do. But it's going to be coming in as a string right now. So we can improve that part later. Oh, wrong thing. Right. So that's just for the enums, though. I know there's a way to do this with Sirdi. That's it, so rename all. So we got to do strum for enums, but we can do the Sirdi rename all for struts. Oh, that's going to be a fun one. I've got that one there twice. That's fun. Just to be safe. So I think this ends up just being enum feature. Oh, trait bound default? Oh god. I'll have to figure that one out here in a second. And this would be an enum, right? Yeah. Wait, do I have it twice? Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this one we're renaming, and we're gonna call it... We got value type, value number type. And that actually ends up being the same as selective. So it's more like feature number type? Or feature number? So yeah, like thinking about that, value here is an enum. So this would be feature value, really. And that's really just value type. Yeah, selective type and value type deal with the same like variations. And this is getting a little like muddy with our naming. We got feature value and value feature. So this right here is one that's an issue. Yeah, let's just keep digging through this. Selective feature and value feature are basically the same thing. So this is where it's getting really muddy even more, because we have multiple props on this thing. So schedule type itself needs to actually be embedded within the schedule. Right? I think that's the key to it. So then if we're embedding schedule type into the schedule, then we're good to go. Now where is Vexilla schedule? Oh, never mind. I forgot. We don't need to actually select upon schedule that way. Never mind. So schedule type stays. Value feature, all that needs to duplicate, all the same stuff. Value here. That's the thing. So value type is a single value. Selective feature is a list. That's why they're different. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense now. So value feature ends up being the enum we care about. This ends up being, yes, this is value feature. String. Int float. All right, so value feature float, value feature int, value feature string. And this is where we could actually just inline these now. So we're not muddying the naming convention. And then here, value feature int is just value feature number, which is its own enum. All right, so value feature number, this one is then int, and this one is then float. Little duplication, not ideal. But yeah, it's just the F64 and I64. Oop. And I need the partial equality on schedule. I think. Do I actually want partial equality? I don't think I do. All right, so then feature number, we don't end up needing. Oh, yeah, we did. So this is selective feature number. And oh boy, we got bugs. And yeah, that's where the defaults are. Yeah, I'm not certain we need the partial equality anymore. That was something we needed when we were gonna do like the wrapping, like, you know, encapsulating object. Yeah, so that's where the whole default stuff is getting yelled at. Right, that one breaks because of that, and as we start digging, I guess I don't even have that defined yet. We'll have to do that here in a minute. And we just need to create the published environment. Yep. So I don't think we actually need environment. Nope. So this is how we were doing this before, right? Vexilla flags was this hash map that we were embedding so that we could do our lookups. So that was my hack before about actually getting all this working without enums. Right, and we're gonna have flag groups eventually anyway. So yeah, we gotta think about that. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these because they're part of the older stuff. So the trait default is not implemented for. That's not it. So hold on. Let's just Google by the error. Okay, so I need to impl default for, I'm guessing, selective feature number? Yeah. I think we've got an issue with these because we definitely still need all of this on there too. Alright, so they're still yelling that we don't have an impl default. And it's really these embedded types, right? Oh, and we got a bunch of partial equality. I don't think we need the partial equal. Okay, so yeah. What do you think about what we're doing so far there, Trav? Seem about right? Let me know. And yeah, sorry, Stellar. I'm feeling good. How are you doing? So this one doesn't complain because it's fine. It's really just when we do an enum that contains other enums. Or not enum. Impl Hold on, and I'm doing that syntax wrong. Impl thing for, that's it. Yeah, yes. Impl default for schedule type. Ooh. Could we derive a default? Okay, so I just need to derive defaults on all my enums, and it usually goes to the first one? It'll yell at me about which ones can't be derived. That'll be fine. Oh, so all structs need to derive their default too? Yeah. Right. There's probably a cleaner way of doing this. So I can keep them alphabetical and then just do that. Nope. Oh, consider a manual implementation of default. There might be, but it's probably some crazy dependency. Should probably move all this out of this one file. That'd probably be pretty good. So I have to create a function. Oh, I see. No. Nope. All right, so yeah, we need just sensible defaults. Oh, and I can do empty. Wait, what's up? Could impl default for the struct and use that now? Yeah, you're probably right. But no, I think the enum still needs like a default though, right? Yeah, we're not monospaced. Sorry, it's double coloned. It'd be yelling at me about all sorts of other stuff. Don't worry about that. Don't worry your pretty little head there, Trav. No, we're getting there. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Sorry. It's my font. What the font? But I see what you're saying. Yeah. So this would end up becoming the feature for like the toggle feature, etc. That's probably the right way to go. That's a good catch. And then eventually I think we would just decorate this one with maybe like something like, I don't know. I think I see what you're saying, because that's what they were pointing out here as well. So I'd need to just implement the defaults for all the structs, and then theoretically that would solve the other parts too, right? As long as I then annotate the branch with the default. These structs are not used a lot, which is the thing. Like, you know, I wouldn't want to go define the struct at the base anyway, because then, yeah, it's just defaults. And I think that would be like a resolvable default at that point, rather than needing the deep. But maybe I'd still have to like annotate the enum. Yeah, I like the way you're thinking. Yeah, we'll change this to... Yeah, I like the way you're thinking. So let's go do it for our structs first. No, that sounds right. For sure. Oh, do I have to do it as part of the block here? I didn't think I did. It's not what they're doing. Oh, was that it? I forgot to change. Good call. Good catch. Good call. Yep. It's like he's smoking weed or something. Oh, and because I have that on there. Yeah. Right? Maybe not. Yeah, I'm really not sure about this part now. It should. Nah, self just refers to this thing. So we're just generating the struct based upon like the self of kind. So it's an alias. No, toggle feature is still a struct. But we probably need one of these, right? So this needs to be annotated with a derive. Or, right? So it looks like all enums, no matter what, have to include that. But it means that we could call... Yeah, so we have to do an impl per enum as well. Well, not for every one. They're only complaining about it for this one. Because we're not doing anything special about, like, the referential types, right? Oop. Oh, and we would just do this. Oop. I keep doing Vex. Did I mix that up? What do you mean by that, Chumek? By going to multiple lines? Is that where that's the issue? Right, and then this actually needs to be that. No, so this isn't right. You're saying the self thing works? Oh, because oh, I see. No, I see what's going on here. This is returning from the block. Yeah, and this is the return value of the block. Yeah, my bad. I was misreading what self was meant to be there. Oh, can't it infer the type? Expected value found struct variant. Yeah, I don't know. I almost feel like just changing the way we serialize the data is better than all this like enum shenanigans. I think I'm leaning back on the hacky partial equal magic. We're just going based on what's defined inside of the Strum docs. Or whatever it was. Sturdy. That's it. Yeah, I don't know, Trev. I'm thinking about abandoning the whole enum stuff. Monologue, you just saw. They're not doing it here. Look. They're not doing it there. So deal with it. Rust isn't complaining about it either. So deal with it. Now maybe I want to do something like this, which seems weird. That's how you do it. Okay. So it does work. This is kind of why I'm hesitant to allow too much backseating, guys. Nope. So it's schedule. Do we still call it Vexilla schedule? B. Okay, so that's our default for that. Oh. And yeah, it should be able to infer that type. I shouldn't have to pass anything. All right, so yeah, we just got to keep going through this stuff. I still think it hates this. Oop. Nice. Yep, manual implementation, here we go. All right, so we got that one. Cool. All right, so little by little. Hey, Alga bro, how you doing? What you up to? And actually, hold on. Vexilla feature here, this could just be :default. What the hell is Vexilla's schedule now? There it is. And that one can derive. Perfect. Okay, cool. How's it going? 21 miles on the bike. Hell yeah, dude. And yeah, what's up, Goatmeal? What movie? Hold on, what movie are you talking about? Sorry, my bad, my bad. You watched Swordfish this morning. Still holds up? You mean it just hasn't gotten any worse? Yeah, firm handshakes, firm handshakes. Let's do the shoutouts thing. Hold on, let me do that before I pour another beverage. Hot Java. He's Garista Lightning. No, I think Sidious is just saying I'm not a fan of the film. I mean, it's entertaining. It's a good romp, right? I put it right up there with, like, the remake of The Italian Job. Nothing to write home about. Some ridiculous hacking scenes, right? Same idea. Is there a newer Italian Job? Or just like, I will give credit, right? The newer Italian Job has better pacing, and it does the action a lot better. Yeah, the Marky Mark. Yeah, it's an entertaining film. It's not bad. Was that the Marky Mark one? Is that the same or different one than the Jason Statham one? Or am I mixing those up? They're the same one. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I don't know why. I don't remember Marky Mark being in it. I thought it was a Jason Statham movie. I remember Charlize Theron. I remember Jason Statham. I don't remember Marky Mark at all. Are you mixing up Edward Norton? Like Edward Norton, the bad guy? Wait, really? Am I mixing those up? Am I mixing up? Was there another one with, like, is Jason Statham in that one too? Why didn't I think Jason Statham, or why do I keep thinking, yeah, Ed Norton was the bad guy. Yeah, for sure. Jason Statham's in that one? I thought he was the main guy. Like, now that you're saying it's Marky Mark, I believe you, but now I can't remember what character did Statham play? Oh, he was. Okay, good call. Huh. Because Statham did a bunch of them. I thought I was getting it confused with, like, Bank Heist or something like that, or The Heist or whatever they called it. So yeah, now I'm questioning my entire reality. Okay, that makes more sense. How sad is it that Marky Mark was entirely forgettable and like that badly in it? Oh, how sad is that? Poor Marky Mark. Completely interchangeable. Anybody could have played his role. Didn't matter. You could have had Matt Damon in there. It wouldn't have mattered. Wouldn't have changed anything. You got a good, like, MST3K stage setup? That'd be good. Matt Damon. Real quick, y'all know the history behind, like, why Matt Damon's character speaks the way they did? They left it in the oven too long and it got a little misshapen. Rather than go back and make a new one, they just rewrote the character. He was gonna be, like, the main guy, right? He was gonna be Alec Baldwin's character's role. But instead, they made him just the muscle, and Alec Baldwin became, like, the speaker for the Actors Guild. It's pretty good. It's actually amazing. That's how good those guys are. Yeah, literally. Matt Damon was gonna be the big bad, like, leader of the Actors Guild. And then they baked him a little too long and decided to roll with it. It's so good. That's why those guys are so awesome. Because they'll make a mistake and they'll own it in just the right way. It's so cool. There we go. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Justin Sidious. Welcome. That is just insidious. So yeah, we're sitting here trying to get our polymorphic data types working in Rust. It should be doable. I was like 30 seconds away from taking the easy way out and just totally like changing up how my data gets fetched. Seriously, I was like 30 seconds away. I could still do it. Don't you tempt me with a good time. We could still do it. So yeah, most of the days I actually spent getting our types going. Now here's the worst part though. We're doing all of this and we're working around it and we can use enums in this magical way. But that actually sets us up for like, well, yeah, what about other languages that don't parse it very well? That don't have as strong of a serialization aspect, right? So, right, we may end up having to do some weird serializing stuff for the Go code anyway. You know, is what it is. But for the time being, we're good to go. Let's keep going. So value feature number, we implemented the default for it. We got to just go through and do that for all of these now. The original list is right here. Those are all client libraries that we've already built on the version like 0.x branch, but now we've completely overhauled the schema to support things like scheduling and some other stuff. And that means that we need to like overhaul the schema and how these interpret the schema for all these languages. I let chat vote. We're doing Rust first, but I already have an implementation of the old code using Rust. Now we just got to make sure we're actually handling it, you know, based on the new schema that we got. All right, so impl default for value feature. I mean, we've done it once. It'll be fine. Languages that support polymorphic data types will be real easy. I believe PHP, I mean, Ruby doesn't even really have types. I think Dart, we can do polymorphic data types. Elixir should be fine as well, but I'd have to double check that. I mean, Elixir's not even strongly typed, so we'd be good. C# and Go and Rust are the strictest. All the others, super easy. What I mean by polymorphic is some values type could change based upon another value's or another field's value, right? So in this case, we're schedule, or not schedule type, that's a bad example, but where feature type is a thing we could look on, right? So feature type is our prop that would actually then decide whether it's a gradual feature, a selective feature, toggle feature, or value feature. So it's a way of handling things in a somewhat generic way, but still enforcing that they meet these types. Alright, so we got a default for that. Defaults for most of those. We end up needing to implement a default for this. Alright, so feature : toggle. Oh, and yeah, so this would be that. Okay. So yeah, we fixed all the red squigglies at the top part. Now we got to do this part. Yeah, exactly, monologue. So yeah, self.flags no longer exists. It's going to be flag groups. And that is a hash map. So hold on, let's go look at Vexilla client, which is defined right here. Flag groups. So I don't know, is flag group even defined? It is not. Okay, so the thing that we're actually fetching, Vexilla flags, that is separate. Every place that we reference Vexilla flags or self.flags, those are going to be bugs. And yeah, this is where we were doing that, like, just nasty serialization. So we see that get defined up here. We double check the TS and what our return values actually are. So yeah, getting our manifest is a separate thing. We'll have to implement that. That is separate though. So yeah, sync manifest can be separate. Get flags, set flags, sync flags would be a combined setter and getter, and we didn't actually do that, but I want to do something like that. Yeah, we want to end up doing that same thing. Alright, so yeah, we're not even doing that yet, but we have this function. That's how it's going to work for what we're doing as well. And yeah, what is everyone up to? You guys having a good weekend? I know for some of y'all it's pretty much over. For the rest of y'all, you're probably clinging to the last little bit you got. People over on the red thing, hey, yeah, what are y'all up to? Y'all hanging out? Enjoying it? Having a good day? Oh, and yeah, group lookup table. Yeah, we need that one. That's just a hash map. And yeah, what's up, G-Bone, Mr. Sir? Cleaning up a project? Nice. Oh no, we're trying it out. It is definitely boosting like the view numbers, which is interesting. Not sure how much people are actually into it. Feel like I've lost 1 or 2 subscribers from it, maybe. I'd have to double check. I was just trying to see like how easy it would be to use to hit like the 3,000 watch hours kind of thing. I think that'd be kind of nice to just like hit that number and be fine. And I've heard people say that it's better video quality and maybe even audio quality over there. But the chat experience is probably worse, right? All right, so an environment. Hold on, let me at least reply. All right, had to reply to someone. They sent a message. Figured I'd let them know. Well, yeah, what's everyone up to? what I want to make sure is that we're consuming all of these in the right way, right? Vexilla environment is then a key string to a feature set. A feature set is then a key being one of these features, in which I believe it's just the key itself. Craving sushi? Ooh, there you go. I had some sushi last night. Interesting, Felipe. Yeah, there's libraries, or at least examples of using Skia in React Native even, too. So yeah, totally a thing. Oh, and it seems like, yeah, whatever sub I may have lost, I think we're making up for it anyway, so I think we're good. You know, subs will get lost. That's not a big deal. It's only a problem if it's a trend. So yeah, looking at analytics over here. Oh yeah, like, we're getting there. I've gained more than I've lost over time, so appreciate all y'all. Thank you for the subs. I do have a YouTube video in the works. It's about macros in JavaScript TypeScript. At some point today, before we leave, I'd like to scaffold out maybe the blog post for that, and maybe even like the slides for a presentation I have to do about ASTs on Wednesday. Yeah, procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Darren, did you see the bun announcement? If you're using bun, yeah, you can do macros in a much cleaner way than like my hacky script that we gotta do. Okay, I wasn't sure if you'd seen it, just making sure other people have seen it too. It's pretty cool, man. Yeah, it's bun specific, which is the tricky part. Darren, have you seen my version of macros in JavaScript TypeScript? Have I bragged about that before? So, I didn't come up with this idea. Basically, I have a thing that creates my open API schema for me. And it uses a no-op decorator to do this stuff at compile time. Or at build time, let's say that. It does nothing at runtime, but it takes in a very strict type in which we can get full-on type checking of all of this for decorating what our function will expect as inputs, outputs, all that. It's not a bundler plugin, it's just a script you run, and you decide when you want to run that script. So it has nothing to do with the bundler because it's pre-bundler, right? You could run this before the bundler runs at all. You could run it after the bundler runs as well, I don't care. Because it's just a script I wrote that goes and crawls using the TypeScript compiler to find the decorator and create the things as you see fit. But it still gets type checked within your editor because this function still accepts types, and those types are still validated. So it's quite nice. And the talk the video I recorded today that I will need to edit and come up with an intro and do some magic for is dealing directly with like what we're talking about there. It's kind of cool, right? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now, I didn't come up with the idea. I took it from a library called TSOA, but I ended up wanting to do stuff that they didn't support. So yeah, I took inspiration from them. I didn't come up with the technique. They're doing the same thing. They have some no-op decorators, but I like my types more. Right? Like theirs is just a route and it takes in a string and that's it. Like, it's so minimal compared to what I'm trying to do. I wanted stronger type safety. But still, it's a 0 runtime, no-op decorator that you can just use at build time and do some magic. It's kind of cool. So yeah, mine goes a little further. A little more type safe. But still, both are great ideas. Could I wrap what I'm doing into a bundler plugin? Yeah, maybe. I'm okay scripting it separately, though. So yeah, back to the types that we're going to be getting. Right, when we fetch this, we see the name of it, the group ID, and then it's just features, environments, and meta. So yeah, the response so name and group ID are both strings. Environments and features. All right, so published environment. We do have deserialized. We do have the rename all. That seems strange to me. Oh, I'm doing map, and I want it to be hash map. That's it. Now, other code breaks because of that, but we're getting there. Yeah, I think our types are looking good. Let me go use the restroom real quick. And yeah, we're gonna keep hacking out the changes to the client here. And that's where like the heavy lifting of all this needs to happen anyway. Right? We've just spent like the entire like day basically just getting our types set up right. And now we actually have to do our implementation. So that's fun. So BRB, that's what we're hacking on next. Hold on. Quick reply. I had the chance to do the why waste time say lot word when few word do trick. Right? I got to actually make that reference on Twitter. I believe I won Twitter today. Pretty sure I just won Twitter. Okay, sorry. Alright. So back to our types. This Vexilla flags type doesn't exist. We gotta make it exist. But do we? Oh. We actually get to remove most of that code. I think. I think we do. Yeah, this is just Vexilla flags. Or Vexilla, we'll just say flag group. Alright, so flags response is that. Oh my god, I'm gonna. I'm gutting all of that. Goodbye. Yeah, so as we start doing this, this is going to be fetch manifest. So yeah, we're not returning the right thing from there. That's fine. All right, so hold up. That's just manifest, right? Because it's all implicitly Vexilla anyway, right? So those two results, those are fine. We care more about how this is working now. Yeah, okay, so our next step then, we need to look at how our client does some of this implementation. Right? Get flags, set flags, they're their own thing. Sync flags is its own thing. Oh, but we end up needing the group ID to do all that. That's right. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Whatever. So get manifest, set manifest. Group lookup table is also returned by that. All right, so fetch manifest, and instead of get manifest, it's fetch manifest. I think get makes more sense. All right, so we do the get manifest thing, and it still needs to actually do some logic. The fetch is basically going to be some of this junk. Get manifest does not take in any of that, and our base URL was set ahead of time, so we can do this. So the flags from string thing, I think we can actually get rid of. Right, we could do some handling there, that's fine. So, yeah, then this ends up being, this is not flag group, this is just manifest. Sorry. So yeah, just quick reply to someone. Very interesting conversation. And yeah, Grande Heart, you can say Griff, Chris, either one works. How's Daniel doing? I haven't seen Daniel in a while. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, really? Oh, come on. Life's too short for that. Even the people I'm upset with, all it'll take is them reaching out. Life's too short to hold on to those grudges forever. I don't know, man. Right? At some point, I'll reach out to other people, too. Again, I'm not trying to get in between y'all and do whatever, but I just want to let you know. Even the people I don't necessarily get along with that often, it's still worth giving them the benefit of the doubt and maybe reaching out at some point. And I missed some follows because I'm spacing. Aiming. I know I said that totally wrong. Thank you. And Sammy Codes. Thank you for the follow as well. That's not the Sammy we know, right? Totally different Sammy. That's fine. I was just curious. I know, I get it. Sometimes you gotta do the reaching out instead, though. Not trying to bring up and focus on the drama, though, so just saying. Alright, so this song, trying to put us to sleep. Let's skip it. Come on. Come on. That one should be better. All right, so let's really dig into what we're trying to do here. Getting the manifest, whether it's synchronous or not, Grande, things just take work, man. They take effort. Nothing worth doing is easy. Oak Spirit. No, he just said he's talking about Discord JS. I would expect Discord JS to not be something you're using inside of Rust. It's probably just fine, Grande. Just recognize that sometimes you can just sprinkle some any on it and move on with your day, right? Any is just simply you opting into putting in the effort to know that your types are correct. You can do that. It's fine. It's just JavaScript. That's it. So if you don't want to opt into the types, just sprinkle some any on it and move on with your day and just be productive. If the types are slowing you down, throw them away. At some point, you'll realize that they're trying to help you out, but if you don't see it yet, then don't worry about it. That's fine, Grande. If the types are slowing you down, don't use them. All right. Anyway. Yeah, so Grande, I think the big thing is the stuff that sucks, if you just keep plugging through and putting one foot in front of the other, even if it involves, you know, sprinkling some any on it and doing a bunch of console.logs, whatever. It's still productivity that keeps you from feeling burnout. Because every once in a while, you just have to try something rather than feeling like you understand it. Sometimes you may never understand it, but you at least understand how to work with it. That's fine. It's not a big deal. All right, so, yeah, basically the thing I've been typing at, trying to set up like a co-stream kind of thing with another streamer. You know, yeah, could be cool. No, this is Rust. It does kind of say so in the title. All right, music. Do your thing. Come on, music. Do the music thing. I will skip you, so help me. There we go. Oh, but yeah, we don't do the await thing. We just do the request.blocking.get. Wait, why do we do the parsed URL thing? That's right. Okay, so that's why. Interesting that we don't have to... Oh, it is a... we're doing a URL parse there. Okay. I see, I see. It's fine. Yeah, come on, Oak Spirit, come on. Please, don't throw languages under the bus just for the sake of a meme. Right? All it does is discourage beginners for using the wrong thing. Like, it's bullshit, man. It's a really bad mentality that really harms the learning of beginners and juniors. Right? Someone doing PHP for a living and making better money than they've ever made in their entire life ends up feeling shit about their job due to the memes against PHP. And it's bullshit, right? Every time someone's like, it's just a joke, that has very similar, like, it's just a prank bro vibes. So anytime you're writing something off that makes people feel like shit and it's gatekeeping something and you have to write it off as it's just a joke, it means it's a shitty joke. It's that easy. Because no matter what, there will be people that either don't get the joke, or even if they do know it's a joke, are going to feel bad about it because the people they look up to talk shit about it. Right? It's not helpful. It's not constructive. The memes do harm. So I want to point that out, Oak Spirit. The memes do harm. If we can not have them, it would be better. That's fine, Oak Spirit. Even if you're new to programming, you should especially not be trying to steer people away from the language they use. Memes do harm. Especially programming memes. So I'm sorry, but we just don't permit them here because it only serves to divide us rather than unite us as programmers. All languages suck. Hey, we're on the same team again. Cool, no big deal. Or all languages are amazing. We're still on the same team, right? We just have different mentalities of what that team actually represents. But it's not us versus PHP devs, or us versus JavaScript devs, or Rust versus Go devs, or any of that bullshit. Who gives a fuck? It's us versus the client. It's a very easy us versus them at that point. It's just us versus the client or the product manager. Simple, no problem. Oh, way easier. Now we're on the same team again. It's us versus the client. So easy. Love that. Right? So don't try and divide ourselves. Try not to segregate based upon your favorite language like it's a sports team, because our sports team is actually developers and the other team is clients. As long as you can recognize that, we can all work together and not talk shit about the tool we use to fight the client. So yeah, just saying, I will rant about this till the cows come home. Will it mean I will have slower growth because I'm not embracing the memes and the memes are a real easy, like, click to follow? Sure, I get it. But it means I can actually, like, enjoy my growth rather than thinking I hacked my way into it. Right? My growth is genuine rather than disingenuous. I don't give a shit what level of developer you are. I don't fucking care. Because any one of them that's actually eschewing productivity over some other thing is already not a developer worth listening to. Absolute performance is bullshit unless you actually measured something that needs to be performant. Yeah, like seriously. Like, developers worth their salt know that their time is the most expensive resource at the company. If they were to optimize for their time, that's the most important thing. That's fine, Grande Heart, but they're doing it out of like a gatekeeping aspect of things rather than thinking about the business case. The business case is almost always about developer productivity. Optimizing before you've even found a bottleneck is really like mid-level who thinks they're senior type shit. Right? Anyone who considers themselves senior that concentrates on performance above all, they're not as senior as they think they are. Because they're missing the business case, and that's actually what we're here to do. Solve stuff for business in a way that is performant for our time, not performant for the hardware we're optimizing on top of. Your developer time is more expensive than any hardware you will spin up. Yeah, no worries, Sonic. Yeah, I get you. And Sonic is slow. Oh my god. Sounds like something Knuckles would say. I actually really liked the Sonic movie sequel. It was amazing. That was really fucking good. That was really fucking good. So, Platypus, I agree with you to a point. There are certain parts that could be optimized. But even then, your 1 mil a year monitoring stack is worth 4 developers. That's it. That's it. It's worth 4 developers working on it full time, as far as the hardware. So, if optimizing it would cost you more than that, the mill is cheap. Right? When you recognize the cost of optimizing such a thing, do you think you can really do it for cheaper than 4 developers within X amount of years to amortize your cost? I don't think so. I don't think you could optimize it with 20 developers. $130 to $160? Okay, so yeah, you know, economics of it can be there. No, so Grande, if they don't give you a good reason and they say, just listen to me because I've been doing it for X amount of time, you should immediately stop listening to them because they are not even rationalizing what they're saying with logic. They're appealing to their authority, which is an instant logical fallacy. So anyone appealing to their authority of, well, I've been doing it X amount of time, I know, is actually not someone you should ever listen to because they should be able to explain why. If their reasoning is not explainable, then it's some shit reasoning. So never, ever, ever listen to someone the moment they start saying, well, I've been doing it X amount of years. Dude, we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck at it, right? Would you actually listen to them saying, well, I've been playing guitar for 20 years, and they can't actually string together a song? Would you actually listen to that person? Fuck no! Because all you gotta do is have them play guitar in front of you. But instead, in tech, it's easier to hide behind the number because to play that guitar in front of you is a lot more work. Nah, so Crux, that just simply means that you haven't explained it right. Your authority is never something to fall back on. It's not a fallback. It's a bullshit. You're too lazy to explain it in a better way. And I'm sorry, Crux, I'm gonna be honest, like, our ability to know and understand something is actually predicated on the ability to explain it to others. Until you are able to explain something in a myriad of different ways that get your point across, you don't actually understand it well enough, and you're falling back on the crutch of, well, I don't feel like explaining this any different. That's actually you being lazy about understanding your problem better to explain it better to other people. Understanding your solution, etc. So I just want to point out, Crux, it is still a logical fallacy. Whether you have a reason to do it or not, it's a logical fallacy in which you could solve the problem by explaining your answer in different ways. That is how teachers have to think. Just because they know how to multiply 2 times 2 doesn't mean they can explain how to multiply 2 times 2. And your ability as a teacher is being able to explain it in as many different ways as possible so that as many different people can understand it. So I'm sorry there, Crux. I'm just pointing out, like, you're using the logical fallacy as a crutch at that point. No, and I get you. At that point is the logical fallacy of, well, I've been doing it X amount of time, the actual answer, or you're right, you're just not getting it. I don't have any better way of explaining it. Can you just say that to him? Right? And then just simply, you're right. It's hard because you're at a corner. You're backed into a wall. What do you do? I would say instead, let the person sit and stew on it. Let them come back after a day and then explain it to him again. Right? In like all the 5 different ways. Right? Try and understand where your 5 different like versions aren't working, right? There's got to be some common ground where, yeah, that one thing you assume they knew, they just didn't know. And then sometimes people just won't accept someone trying to tell them what's up. At that point, their inability to learn is not your problem. Right? So instead of appealing to authority in that regard, like I've been doing it X amount of time, it's, well, I'm the senior on the project and I'll own the responsibility if it's a bad move. Hey, then it's not even their fault if it messes up. They don't need to understand it. They just need to know that, all right, so you don't get it, but I still need it done this way, and it's my fault. Leave it in the comment, whatever, right? We can do that. At that point, you're still not following back to the appeal to authority. You're just letting them shirk the blame for a thing they didn't understand. So I think that would be maybe the safer logical fallacy, right? It's not that you convinced them, it's that they turned it into someone else's problem. And that is a valid solution for a lot of stuff. If they can recognize that it simply becomes someone else's problem if it's an issue, just because they don't understand it, it's not because someone smart said it, it's simply because, well, they said it's okay, and we got the traceability of this discussion, and here you go. And hey, what's up, Ian? How you doing? Yeah, a little annoying on the issue yesterday. I don't want to dig too deep. I didn't even realize that was a place I was banned. So that's annoying. Right? Gotta love when people cargo cult the hate for you. They have no legitimate reason or interaction or conflict that they were a part of, but they still cargo culted the hate for you. Doesn't sound very open-minded to me. Ah, no worries there, schmoothie. I like that. That SSH smoothie, like schmoothie, right? That's good. That's a good play on words. Very nicely done. But yeah, appeal to authority is one of the instant ways you can recognize someone's just trying to hand wave away why you should listen to them. And if they are doing so, it's due to usually laziness. Not usually malice, but still, like, you need to challenge that laziness. And if if they want to continue just like, they've tried, and you still don't get it, at the end of the day, you can shift the responsibility of it, which is different from appealing to the authority of, like, you said it, so it's the truth. It's simply, well, they said it, so it's their problem. Okay. But yeah, I am very anti-appeal to authority. Main reason? My dad's one of those people. I've been programming for 30 years. Just listen to what I'm saying. C is too high level of a language. Dad, you're just fucking wrong. Like, okay, come on. Well, I could do the same thing faster with assembly. I mean, your code would be faster, but you couldn't write it faster. Come on, man. Someone else used their authority against you in that regard, Crux, rather than embracing and discussing the problem properly, right? So you've been on both ends of the appeal to authority, which should give you at least enough, like, reason to never use it again, right? I have been on the wrong side, or the worst side of the appeal to authority enough to where I don't like to use it, and I try not to use it. If I do so, it's me messing up. But yeah, Ian, how you doing? What you up to? Ooh, that's even worse. Like, so Senrior, for me, it wasn't overused. When I heard Christopher Michael Griffin, I knew I fucked up, and, like, for reason. It wasn't ever done willy-nilly. But if I hear my entire full name, I done fucked up. Like, oh, I really done fucked up. 10-year anniversary of moving to Colorado? Nice. And I don't know why. I forgot that you're out there. Like, I have a whole bunch of coworkers that live in Colorado, too. That's awesome. If I ever make it out to Colorado for, like, you know, like a team meeting or something, I'll hit you up so that I can, like, you know, say hi. I don't know if you drink. I'll have a beer. You know, no big deal. And probably not a beer, probably a whiskey. Yeah, if you're ever up in Seattle, hit me up. I know you like to do a lot of the talks and presentations and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, let me know. I'd be stoked. So Grande, like when you say that you want to develop software for clients, right? Like a client agency or a consultancy of some kind? Yeah? Pritch didn't, the trip didn't work out? Okay. Yeah, Grande, that's the thing. I would say try and get a job working for an agency of some sort, because then you have the experience of what it takes to run one. Right? It's more than just writing the software. But yeah, I haven't been to Vancouver. So Grande, what I was gonna say is make sure you work at a proper software agency at some point, one that does work for clients. Work at one first before you try and run your own. Because I think you need to understand how the client process works, how you get clients, how you sell them on a thing, how the scope of a project and your like contract work, all that stuff. You really want to be familiar with it from maybe the inside before you try and do it from the top level. Yeah, I get it. I would recommend getting a job under some other agency first. Because then you can see like how the sausage is made, right? What parts make the business actually function. A good sales staff is the most important part, actually. Your engineers are second to your sales staff. Without a good sales team, your consultancy might not even need to exist. That's fine, Grande. Yeah, I get you. They exist. Try and find them. Maybe. I don't know. All right, try not to put a number on it. Just try and put like a level of understanding on it. That'll be way better. Exactly. Not time, right? You need to like create a list of things that you care about to run the business, and it's a checklist. Do you understand those things, right? Check them off as a box. How do you get clients? How do you satisfy the clients? Who talks to the clients? How do meetings work, etc.? Like all of those like business level things are outside the idea of writing the software, but they are essential to running a good like agency. So you need to understand how the business itself works outside of just the code you write. And that is way more like effort than writing the code in the first place. Easily 50% of the time that a client agency does is client interactions, client relationship building, sales, etc. Exactly, Sonic, it's tough. And like, you know, people will use time in all sorts of ways. But I think the biggest thing is like we can look at people in the industry who have 20 years of experience, but those 20 years are actually just repeating the same like 2 or 3 years of like getting started over and over and over again. Grande Heart. I don't know. That's tougher. I don't know what it's like getting a job with an agency from outside the country. So I don't know. I do know that the agency I used to work for, they had a Thailand team. Super awesome. But I think they operated that specific team mainly because, like, yeah, they already worked out the taxes for Thailand, etc. So doing, like, a whole bunch of countries throughout the world is probably beyond the scope of, like, a smaller agency. So maybe try and find some agencies that do have Brazilian-based developers, but are a US-centric company, and that'll help too, right? Maybe you just find some agency where you're at instead, and it doesn't have to be international. I don't know. But I do think the international thing will help you understand how to get international clients maybe too, right? Or at least subcontract your company out to other agencies, right? If another agency can subcontract their work to you and you have a track record of delivering value, then you don't even have to do the sales. You just have to do the relationship building with other agencies. And that might be a good move. But again, try and work for other agencies to understand the process. And if you simply talk to, you know, if it's a small enough agency, the CEO, CTO, CFO, sales team, etc., and you're just hungry to learn and you want to talk about what they do day to day, they'll love that. Like, that's awesome. The company I used to work at would have loved it if I just, like, hey, I got my work done for the week. Can I just shadow the sales team for a day? Like, understand what they're doing, how it works, blah, blah, blah. Dude, yeah, do that. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so we have already satisfied our getters. We don't have our setters set up just yet, right? We got our get manifest blocking. We don't have a set manifest yet, though. But yeah, I really like some of these fuzzier, like, conversations and concepts and discussions. Like, I get better talking about it every time y'all ask and every time it comes up as a thing. I don't want to focus on talking about it every day, but when it comes up organically, I get better at understanding my own opinion by explaining it. So, thank you. Yeah, for sure. Yep. And remember, don't burn a bridge with an agency you work with, because your eventual path to success might not even be in the sales team grabbing clients yourself, but also maybe in working with other agencies for subcontracting, right? So if an agency here in the US gets a client, but they don't have the capacity for that client, could they contract your agency for that contract? And then they are subcontracting you, and you are working with the US agency doing that work. But they are the ones maintaining, like, the client relationship and some of that stuff. That can be beneficial too. So consider the idea of subcontracting to where you're just a client agency or an agency that other agencies can call out to when they need you, which means you can build up your relationship with a bunch of different agencies. You don't have to be working with just the one anymore. That can be a move too. None of these are like, oh, you have to do it this way, but these are ideas about like the type of business you can be and like the type of problems you can solve. Yeah. Most companies would rather have someone in-house to do that. So make sure you get the job. And then when you're thinking about it, like talk to them about it, right? It's all about the business and delivering value. Mm-hmm. Value too. Yeah, why not? All right, so setting flags over here on this hook, right? We need the group ID and the flags themselves. So group ID is the first thing. I'll allow it. No, value is not a word. In some cultures and languages, they pronounce the word value, like the word like V, as B. Is that Spanish? Like Spain Spanish? I think that might be how like Spain pronounces it. In like Spain Spanish versus like Mexico Spanish. Baloo is a totally different thing. Hold on, sorry, Grande. I would say Urban Dictionary is not necessarily the best place to define things or look for their definitions, because I'm not clicking that link. Not here on stream, at least. Hell no. Hell no. Yeah, exactly. No thanks. I'm not showing that here on stream. No, I'm almost positive that V gets pronounced as a B in, like, in some Spanish. I forget which. Yeah, so like, vamos a la playa, right? It would actually, in Spanish, or like Spain Spanish, be vamos, right? It's like a softer B, but still it's a B, right? Okay, just double checking. I wanted to make sure that I took 3 years of Spanish in high school. Doesn't mean I remember any of it. Right? So instead of Sevilla, it'd be Sevilla. Right? I know, I went to high school. Damn right. Yeah, I read about some Spanish once in a book. I'm good, no thanks. I don't know what that means at all. Who is Nadal? I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. Okay, cool. I mean, I've been speaking Spanish for like 20 years. You guys should just believe me. That was a bad joke. You get it, right? I'm doing a callback to the fucking appeal to authority thing, right? Because I've been speaking Spanish for 20 years and I'm still bad at it. That's the entire joke. That was the joke. I really hope you all got that. That was the whole joke. I've been speaking bad Spanish for 20 years. No one should listen to any of the Spanish I have to say. But I could still use the amount of years I've been doing it as some appeal to authority, right? That's exactly why the appeal to authority is bullshit. Voila! Boom! Nailed it. Took that shit full circle, didn't I? Woo! Alright, so let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. So yeah, how's everyone doing? If y'all would maybe go and chill on that thing just linked by Nightbot, that'd be a whole lot cooler if you did. Because yeah, the lurks there really help out. Like, the lurks there help out massively. So any concurrent lurking you could do, I would be really appreciated. Like, I would appreciate it so much. Alright, so we're back to what we're doing here. And hey, what's up, Lust is Fire? How you doing? Terrell, or is it Terrell? How do I pronounce your name? I'm a collector there, Fire. Yeah, you know this. You've been here before, you've seen it. You're not new. You know what's up. You clicked back into this stream for a reason. So yeah, Gauze and Hawken, I think I got. Terrell, if you're out there. How do I pronounce your name better? Is it Terrell or Terrell? Why do I have a setter instead of accessing the flag group directly where I need it? Because we have to set it so we can access it later. Sorry, no, not Lust. Look, Crux, are you asking, like, why do I have a getter instead of accessing it directly? The getter is actually fetching things. The setter is saving it to the struct. I want to keep them separate because I want to allow the user to do a fetch whenever they want. And they just get back the object, and then they can choose to set it. We will also have a sync function that does both, but that's besides the point. The getter does a fetch, the setter sets it on the object. I don't want to mix the setting of it on the object into the getter. Because duh. Way harder to test at that point, isn't it? So Crux, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Having a setter is like non-negotiable. Having a getter, well, yeah, we're not using the getter for what you think the getter is. If you're asking why am I not calling set flags within the getter, because they're separate things. No, I just think you're misunderstanding the difference, right? What do you mean? Like, how could you not have a setter? You gotta set it somehow. If you're asking about the getter, that's a totally different thing. And I don't want to directly expose the flag groups via some getter, because the thing that we're reading is a should function that will actually read from the getter. You're just misunderstanding what they do, Crux. If I wanted to test this client, could I load in some mock stuff and not even have to fetch it from somewhere? How would I set that on the struct? A setter. So if I wanted to mock data without having to fetch from some place, I would have to be able to mock the data into this struct that I have, this client, and check if a user should be able to do something or not. I don't think it's possible to go without setters. Maybe you could do it without getters, but my getter is not the same thing as what you're thinking, so just move on from your antiquated version of what a getter and setter are. But again, you would be better off framing your original question in a way that makes any sense. Because why do I have a setter? It makes zero fucking sense to me. Asking why I have a getter would be a more legitimate question, but it's not the getter in the way you're thinking about a getter. It's a fetcher. So again, you're mixing up, like you're getting too caught up on the fucking term, rather than just looking at what it's doing. Again, think about testing. If I want to mock data, how do I set the data on my client? Again, Crux, you're missing it. If I want to set data for testing on my client, How do I do so? Without a setter. Right? If I want to do a proper unit test that doesn't have to fetch from the global internet in some way, or spin up some server to fetch from, how do I set my flags on the client without a setter? I'm waiting. If I wanted to mock the flags, how would I do so? A setter. Because it's not part of the constructor, because that's bullshit. Why would it be part of the constructor? We're never setting that shit as part of the constructor other than testing. Why would I test things that way? That would be bullshit. Why? Why is it so strange to have a setter for that? I don't know, man. It seems like a really weird fucking thing to question. It's doing the same thing in a way that we can check, and then I'm not modifying the public properties of it. But why is it such a weird bugaboo? Like something that you're totally like, oh my god, why are you doing such a thing? Like, it's just weird to care. Just let it happen, man. What did it change about your life of having this versus setting it directly? This is a public API I can document now, whereas public properties are not documentable in the same way. This is a library other people have to consume. If I can generate a doc from these public functions, rather than saying, hey, modify any flag you see fit on the props, hey-o, like, isn't that worse documentation? You can document them, but how do we actually document what it needs to be, right? How do we document the methods available to the consumer in a clean way? It's not as easy there, Crux. Like, seriously, think about it. How would you annotate the documentation in a programmatically generatable way for public properties? You don't. And that's why you create a public function that someone can consume, and it gets documented very easily with all build tooling, regardless of language. If you do a setter, it's like instant and automatic. You can document public properties. You don't get it for free. You have to do it yourself manually. Whereas if you make a setter, it's automatic. My biggest point is, when I'm designing this, is that really the thing you want a bike shed based on? Did anything change? No, just accept the fact that I wanted to do it and move on, man. Nothing changed about the actual result of someone using this. Whether you want to set it on a prop or set it with a setter, who fucking cares? To raise it as a concern is bike shedding. Really think about the things that give you value versus not. And if you don't find value in a setter, then don't fucking do it. I don't care. So then, Crux, that's the point too. Is it even worth asking if you don't even understand the full picture? Probably not. Do I want to dig into the full picture when I'm trying to actually solve something? Hell no. Right? So recognize the right moment for those questions. Does your understanding the getter and setter thing change anything about what I'm trying to do here? No. then don't fucking do it. I don't care, but don't question me doing it. I already explained the exact reasons because it's easier to document for the API. I'm not trying to entertain any further bike shedding about it. Makes sense, Vinny. I get that. Yeah, no worries, Sonic. A lot of things actually end up as bike shedding, especially when you get purists in chat. They're not trying to be productive. Their goal is to keep you from being productive. Yeah, that's fine, Crux, but purism fucking sucks. Those type of people suck to talk to. If you want to continue being a purist, you might just want to stop typing. How about this, Crux? My setter. Right, we're doing it for set manifest, sure, that's separate. But if we look at the setter for set flags, do we really want the consumer of any of this to give a shit about how we are indexing these things? Hell no. I actually want to be able to change out how that indexing works without having to change my top level API. Right? So manifest might be a bullshit version, but it follows the same pattern that we already have, and that is also beneficial from just following the same pattern we have for the other thing. But how we are indexing this object is an implementation detail the user should not have to give a shit about. So here, there's a very clear use case for a setter. So at that same point, we're following the same pattern we have set forth. At the end of the day, though, how much do you think I want to debate these design decisions versus actually just making something? So anyone that forces me to debate that type of bullshit, how much fun do you think you are to talk to? Accept the fact that you have different design decisions and just move on. Is to keep the API consistent. Ooh, and yeah, we don't want to do environment there. Now hold on. We're doing this part a little weird. Yeah, the untagged thing we can get rid of. Ooh, I think we actually end up gutting this whole thing. Oh, not gutted. We just want to comment it. All right, so how about this as a final comment? Crux, you don't even follow the channel. So at what point do I consider you a troll? My bad. I shouldn't have given you nearly as much attention. My bad. Oh, Mimisiku! Yeah! Cool, man! Exactly. You're the one who totally sent me an email saying that you're totally stable, right? How many stable people need to send an email saying that they're totally stable? Think about that one, Mimisiku. So yeah, goodbye. Totally stable person. Seriously, guys, I got the email. It's fucking insane. He basically said he's certifiable. Like, literally. He's got the certifications or some shit. Oh, it's bad. Hold on. I'm perfectly stable, reads the subject line. Don't worry for me. I'm perfectly stable, and there is certificates for everything. We'll see you in court. Mimisiku, this level of harassment is not welcome. Fuck off. No. They went off the fucking rails the other day. When I decided I didn't want to read some blog post they posted here, like, at the exact moment they posted it. I told them, hey, I'll check it out later, and they were like, unfollowed! And then posted some other shit. And then 2 days later, they sent me that I'm perfectly stable email. Yeah, totally. I believe you. Like, Jesus Christ. Dude, fucking insane. Insane. I'm perfectly stable. Now let me follow it up with an email that a totally non-stable person probably would have sent. Exactly, verbs, right? They thought they just needed lockpicking or something, right? They focused on science instead of social skills. Totally missing the fact that if you, like, opt for social skills in the, what is it, Fallout 2, you could actually talk your way out of the final fight. Yeah. If you level up your social skills enough, you can actually talk your way out of the final fight in Fallout 2. That's how awesome Fallout 2 is. It's super fucking cool. That is how awesome Fallout 2 is, and why I am so fucking pumped to have these 2 discs. Yeah, I got an original Fallout 2 disc, no big deal, and the original Diablo. Now, granted, these actually belong to like a high school friend, so if they ever ask for them back, it's theirs. They got them. But, yeah, unlikely to ever hear from them again, so they're mine until then. It was a very short email, at least. They didn't send me a giant essay, so that's nice. But still, totally stable. What's up, Stock Run? Do we need a meme for the word stable? Would it be the same emote as debugging? Oh, hold on. Yeah, right there. Totally stable. Totally stable. If we were on the other stream, I'd totally do my version of that Gremlin's laugh. It's pretty good. It's pretty solid. Alright, so this should version. Yes, this is where it gets a little trickier. We don't end up with a flag type. But we probably need one. So we end up with a group ID. Dot environments, and then we look up the environment on that. Right, and then, so yeah, feature name or flag type is not on feature. And it should be. Hold on, so Rust experts of the world, what is the right way to do this part? So I get the feature, right? We're gonna call it just feature. We're able to index that just fine. What is the match we would end up doing for the enum that we're trying to match there? Is it that easy? I no longer need to match on, like, the flag type itself. I'm just matching on the feature itself? Ooh, Travi, if you're out there, is this the right way to match on this? They hate that. Sure. Oh, expected a bool? Oh, because it needs to return. Yeah. So what we get back is a feature. Oh, is value not public? I thought they were public by default. Did I mix that up? I thought, like, every pub struct was public by default. Is that it, Zhao? Can I just say Little as your name? Is that okay? Or is Zhao better? I can say Zhao. I don't mind. Am I saying Zhao wrong, though? Let me know. I mean, I could put pub in front of it, sure. I thought they were pub by default. So, we know a few people that go by that name, and I've typically just called them Joe-O! Right? So you're like one in a list of Joe-Os. I know that's probably a terrible way to pronounce your name, but yeah, if I just say Joe-O, like, are we good? I get it, but, right? You're not the first one. Do I have a better name I could call you? Is Little okay? What about Little Joe? Is Little Joe all right? What up, Little Joe? Oh, Little John. Hey, Little John's someone totally separate. That's a different thing, right? That's like Robin Hood Men in Tights, right? Like, I can't swim. I can't swim. Oh, help, help. Right? It's like the smallest fucking like stream. Like he wasn't gonna drown, but he can't swim. Oh my God. Oh, he's indebted for life. So, Little Joe is good? All right, Little Joe. What up, Little Joe? Wow, these armrests are fucking filthy. Oh, don't scratch the armrest. Oof. Oof. Don't do that one. That was a bad idea. But yeah, the pub bool thing did not help. So yeah, pub bool, like they're pub by default unless I label it as not pub. So that's not the issue there. Yeah, I don't know the fix for that. Travi, if you're out there, we need your help. No, it's fine. Someone convinced me to do the enum-based approach for this thing rather than just, like, doing my hack around it. And they're not here anymore. If I'd done my hack around it, we'd be done by now. It's not a bad option. We could totally try something like that there, Trevenge. But I was asking Travi, not Triv. Different thing, different thing. But yeah, like, Rust developers out there, this is your moment to backseat. Where you at? When I'm not looking for backseating, y'all come out of the woodwork. The moment I'm actually looking for it, where you at? So yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'm gonna pour some more water, and I'll be right back. BRB. I know, exactly, General. They're hiding. They're scared now. Yeah, I get it. I can be a little off-putting. That's my fault. What about pudding? What? Okay, here we go. Little Joe's there. They're fine. They're killing it. They're chilling. Boom, nail it. Club of best friends? No, I'm good. I'm sorry. Nope. Yes, everyone, like, Trevenge is asking a question. They're not just asking me. First 2 years working as a dev? I don't fucking know. No idea. I don't know. Yeah, sorry, like, I don't know. It's a very fuzzy question. We all hit roadblocks, we all hit issues. Your ability as a dev is to work past them. Yours are going to be your own. So don't worry about it. Sure, yeah, everyone else to answer, like, feel free, go for it. Just because I'm a jerk about, like, not answering it doesn't mean, like, other people can't. I don't know. It's so subjective, like, why base your experience off other people's experience at that point? You know, just... You're asking because you have a fear of the unknown. Right? Could you just embrace that fear and recognize that you're never going to know what's coming? And that's part of the fun? You're trying to plan ahead for a moment that will possibly, like, never even exist. Right? And I mean, like, the problems they experienced. You trying to, like, optimize for a problem that you're not going to hit is meaningless. So just run into the problem and figure it out when you get there. There's no such thing as being able to prepare 100% for anything. So just stop. Stop trying. And deal with it when you get there. Exactly, Sonic. It's trial by fire. Like, either you figure it out or you don't. No amount of preparation will actually, like, set you up for success. It's impossible. Your ability to be successful is based upon your ability to adapt in the moment, not plan ahead of time. Vexilla does not use OpenAPI or Smithy or gRPC. It's just a JSON file with its own custom JSON schema, and we just have to consume that JSON schema. Because none of this is related to get, post, etc. stuff for, like, OpenAPI. So it's not related whatsoever. It's its own special schema that we can annotate and people just deal with. gRPC makes zero sense to me. Like, nah, fuck that shit. Smithy, I don't actually know what Smithy is. But I think I at least answered the majority of your question in a way that I don't need to know what Smithy is. It's some protocol or schema or serialization format or whatever that just has nothing to do with consuming a JSON file from somewhere. No, gRPC is fine. It just has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. Absolutely nothing. To worry about it is to miss the point. Sorry. Would we optimize our data structure massively by using gRPC? Probably not. So it doesn't fucking matter. It's a JSON file that has to be fetched statically from some endpoint, and that's it. So at the end of the day, JSON is the most broadly applicable thing we can consume from any framework, any language, etc. So gRPC is not HTTP2 by default. Sorry, no, that's something you opt into. As far as parsing and processing protobuf, well, that's its own thing. But yeah, like gRPC on the client in the browser is not inherently HTTP2, right? You don't have to like opt into that part. You can still do gRPC in the browser without H2. gRPC is a client library to optimize around the data you're sending over the wire. One of the cool parts about gRPC, and technically protobuf under the hood, is that you don't have to read or even deserialize the entire payload, because you can actually like operate upon the props in an order. And if you just needed the ID, you can stop processing the entire payload when you reach that ID, which means that you don't have to like spend your time parsing and processing the entire giant whatever. Right? So that's actually one of the biggest bits. So with gRPC and protobuf in general, the biggest thing you're getting is the ability to opt out of the entire payload at any moment because of how the data is structured. If you were to use something like flat buffers, then you're not even deserializing anyway, because you can operate directly upon a flat buffer. So that actually has a huge bit of like, yeah, games should use flat buffers because you're not wasting any serialization or deserialization time. You're just grabbing the props as you need them and you operate upon them, and maybe you modify a thing, sure. So keep in mind though, if you're using flat buffers, they need to be your entire data interaction layer. If you end up deserializing a flat buffer at any point within your application, you've actually completely defeated the purpose of it. Flat buffers are amazing if you can just manipulate and operate upon those flat buffers directly. The way to do that in a scalable way is to write wrappers on top of the flat buffer that you're consuming directly and create getters and setters. Wink, there we are. Right? Right, Knox? Create getters and setters to operate upon this thing, because your underlying data layer is not just props on your object. It's actually just a data structure that you have to manipulate using a library. So again, getters and setters become hugely useful and valuable. I'm not sure what you mean by string views there. So maybe, did I misunderstand something, Felipe? I just want to point out that they're different things. If you're saying string views is like a flat buffer-like way of looking at the protobuf without actually having to deserialize the whole thing, then awesome, that's kind of cool too. But again, it's something that you have to opt into in like a major way. Okay, cool. So that is literally what you're talking about. Again, Kenslayer, we had someone in here really upset at the fact that I have this set manifest function. And maybe not upset, right? Upset's the wrong word. Are they even still out there? That's my question. We haven't seen them for ages. Crux, are you still out there? Because that will be how I judge you in the future anyway. The moment you got some pushback, you were out? Alright. I will totally judge you by that in the future if you're not here anymore. I said them by name. If they're out there, they know. There you go, Trevenge. Uh-huh. How many different hats do I own? There's a tweet in which I took a picture of my entire, like, my beanie bin. You can go surf and find that tweet if you want to put in, like, the deep web, like, combing. But yeah, I took an entire fucking photo of my beanie bin. It does sound like work. It's a deep link. But I expect that of you because I don't want to deal with it right now. Recognize that I've dealt with this question enough, and it's up to you if you actually care enough. If you don't care enough to go look at my fucking Twitter and comb through the images or whatever, how much do I care about answering your question? I am developing all of the clients myself. I have written all of these clients already for the version 0.x of the schema. So all of these are already handwritten and working and published to their respective package managers. I do have threads. It's the CM Griffing because I'm pretty sure I have the account for just CM Griffing, but I can't reset that password because I signed up for the wrong email or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I stole CM Griffing, and I just don't remember the password for it. Yeah, so it's my fault, right? It's the Spider-Man pointing at himself meme. Speaking of, I'm not sure who we have as a crowd tonight for gaming stream. That Spider-Man game's fantastic. There's some people I could reach out for gaming, but at this point, it's on them. I'm sick of being the one that reaches out. I'm just sick of it. No, I do it on a separate stream. That is Griffing and Chill. But yeah, I'm just sick of it. Like, no, I'm good. The people that reach out to me are the ones that matter. And so far, it's basically none of them. Tears of the Kingdom looks super fun. I have a coworker that's enjoying it too. She actually hates the, like, you know, like rigging up your own, like, puzzle, like, solving, like, machines, etc. She just likes the open world and all that. But yeah. Obviously, Fivel. Duh. I'm totally stable, guys. Why don't we play games anymore? And I gotta do, like, the weird wonky eyes with it? Sure. Why not? Which one's that there, Sunflower? I am, and I have the hairline to prove it. I know. Yeah, I'm that fucking old. So obviously, you should just stop listening to what I'm saying, because what the fuck do I know? Hairline, beanie line, same thing. Yeah, a little bit revenge. And that's where I fuck up, because I'm not the person that reaches out. So that's my fault. Thank you, Sunflower. You're making me feel real good about it. But, yeah, obviously I'm old. Look at that fucking triple chin we got going. Yeah, Trevenge, it sucks, but, like, you actually realize who's worth keeping around and who isn't. You know? Sure, reach out when you can. The people that just don't, it is what it is. Oh, they got family, they got excuses for days. Right? It is what it is. It's fine. Doesn't mean the excuses are valid. It just means they have them. Yeah, if their life doesn't actually include you, then it's very obvious that you're not a part of their life. And is that a friend? I don't know. You gotta stop worrying about it at some point. Circumstantial friends. They come and go. Is what it is. Sucks to recognize it. Makes you feel a little bit more alone in the world, but also, recognizing as alone as we are is somewhat empowering. You can treat it as, like, depressing, or you can treat it as empowering. That's actually how you perceive it. It was Trevenge, and the moment that they get a life outside of Twitch again, their Twitch friends are less meaningful. And that's a bummer. I mean, Vinny, that's also not great. But yeah, like, the older we get, the harder it is to hold on to friends. And the easier it is to recognize that your friends are actually just acquaintances. Without effort, a friend is just an acquaintance. It sucks, but yeah, that's it. All there is to it. Yeah, college is actually the epiphany of circumstantial friends. You're friends because you go to the same college. Are you actually friends? Well, yeah, do you keep up that friendship without any impetus or reason for it? In college, you're friends due to circumstance. You're in the same circles, you're doing the same shit, blah, 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 right? Doesn't mean it's a problem. Like, people drift apart. That's not a big deal. Don't treat them like they suck because of it. Just recognize that, well, shit. We were friends due to circumstance. And that sucks. So, Trevenge, they're the same exact thing. Work friends are circumstantial friends until they put in the effort otherwise. My snowboard friends are actually circumstantial friends until they put in the effort otherwise. And none of them did. So yeah, none of my snowboard friends, besides like the core group, the one that invited me to their wedding, they're the only snowboard friend I have left. The rest are just snowboard acquaintances. It's that simple. Yeah, weed friends, snowboard friends, skate friends, BMX friends, they're all circumstantial. The moment you're not there every day, you're not their friend anymore. They're just someone that you know. Right? And it sucks. But it's still something to recognize about just adult life. Is what it is, you know. The friends are the people that try and keep in touch. That means more than your common fucking interests. I'm not gonna lie, like, technically, we are all circumstantial friends. I've streamed long enough that some of y'all are here and it's awesome, we're like real close, and then all of a sudden, you'll vanish because you got other things in your life that take more precedence, etc. It is circumstantial friendship, and I get it, it's fine. But it is a major case of burnout for streamers as well. I get it, Senrior, I get it, everyone. Just keep in mind, though, we are circumstantial friends. If I stop streaming, how many of y'all would actually reach out and maintain a relationship? Let's just be honest. You don't need to blow some smoke up my ass about it. We can just be honest. We're circumstantial friends at the moment. I get it. I'm not trying to call people out. I'm not trying to guilt anybody into anything. I'm simply recognizing the reality. As streamers, we have circumstantial friends. And it sucks. But it's at least honest, right? Again, Vinny, educator is not a role, I assume. The fact that you think I'm an educator is nice, but I'm not trying to fill that void for anybody. I'm just a dude talking about tech. So at that point, I think it's actually important to recognize what these things mean. You treat me like an educator, but that's not my goal. I'm just here to be a dude that talks about tech in a group of people that want to talk about tech, you know? No need to stay in touch. I get that, Ryu, and I don't want to be like negative about that. I think that's a cool philosophy, but friendship has to be mutual. It just has to be. Like, friendship itself as a relationship is mutual. Being a good friend to someone is different than having a friendship with them. Because a friendship expects give and take. In my opinion, again, these are how I define these words. It doesn't mean it's the way you have to define these words. It's the way I understand what friendship means to me. And friendship to me is a give and take. Not just a give, not just a take. I get it, Vinny. I'm not saying be cold to people, right? I'm just saying if your best friend was in a coma, you'd know about it. Ryu. If your best friend was in a coma, you'd know about it. Otherwise, I think your definition of best friend is horribly skewed. If the person I consider my current best friend, and I don't think I would be considered their best friend, but their significant other would reach out to me. Right? Because they know I am a friend at the bare minimum that should know about this. Like, seriously, if my friend Jeff, who I consider my best friend, who I know for a fact I'm not their best friend. For a fact. Easily. No big deal. I'm okay with that. But my closest friend, the person I've spent more time with in general than basically anybody, who's seen me at my most vulnerable moments, who's seen me do a volcano vomit in their fucking living room, right? Like, yeah, if that dude went into a coma, their partner would let me know. It's that easy. It's that simple. Right? Their partner would let me know, and I'd be fucking there. I'd just go hang out, right? At least for a weekend. I only have one friend I consider that close. I would hope other people consider me that close. Yeah, like, I'm not trying to say, like, oh yeah, the people you know just randomly, like, they're totally friends, like, no, like, seriously. If that person goes into a coma, would their partner let you know? That's how you know you're a true friend. I have one friend I consider that way. And it sucks. Stacking, you didn't even tell me you were having surgery next month, right? So how close of friends could we be? If you didn't even let me know that shit's happening, how the fuck would your partner know to reach out to me? Right? So again, I get it. I see the cap. I know the joke you're making. But again, you didn't even let me know you were going into surgery. How the fuck would your partner know that I'm a person to reach out to? So, Ryu, you're saying if they're an orphan and they don't have a significant other, well, yeah, like, if I go into a coma, there is nobody to let my friends know that I did so. So I get that, totally, right? But that's not a problem of actually being friends. It's a problem of, well, yeah, shit. Dude's in a coma. Like, so I can get that too. But at the same time, if I don't have someone that can reach out to someone else on my behalf, were we that close of a friend? I don't fucking know. I have no idea, right? This is a very, like, philosophical argument in which there's no right answer, but damn it, we can chat about it, right? Right? So yes, if I went into a coma, people would not get notified because I don't have anyone that would notify them on my behalf. Would they consider themselves less of a friend because of it? Possibly. Or is it a product of just me being the fucking outcast that I am and embracing that? If I had a partner, they'd know who I considered a friend, and they would reach out for me, though. So I think that's the thing, right, that we have to consider. There is absolutely a group of people that a partner of mine would reach out to saying, hey, this dude's in a fucking coma. That group is actually very clear-cut. There's only a few people that would actually get that message. And that's kind of interesting. the weird part is, do you think you'd be part of the same group for that person? The person I consider a close friend, I think so. Some of the people I've met through streaming, it's a little fuzzier. And that's where it becomes a little more interesting. So yeah, it's Revenge, Ryu, I get you. I think there's something about it. There you go, Sendrior. Maybe that's a different thing. Like, culture dictates some stuff too. Yeah, that's tougher. G-Bone and people responding to G-Bone, are you not aware of the fact that I totally have an idea of like a Twitch life alert? Yeah, totally. If I fucking like pass the fuck out right here on stream, there's not a current mod that has my address or phone number that could send a paramedic to me right now. Right? So I just die here on stream. That shit sucks. It's really like morbid and scary to think about. But yeah, if I passed out due to a heart issue here on stream, I'd just be dead. That's it. Y'all would see it here firsthand, and it's fucking morbid and crazy to think about. Yeah, Vinny. We could create a service in which streamers could opt into people that are regulars that they trust that could establish a 911 call on their behalf. And I absolutely have a few mods that I would totally give them that power. Like, totally. They're here every day, and it's not necessarily the people I would consider friend, even though, like, legitimately we're friends. Like, just based on you being here as often as you are, you're closer as a friend than people I consider my closest friends at this point. Because you're here every day. You could actually call someone on my behalf, and they wouldn't even fucking know. So there's something weird and interesting about that, right? People who stream their work and get robbed, you're talking like if they were to like stream like IRL stuff and they get mugged on the street. Yeah, you try and call the police on their behalf and they actually get banned because getting mugged is against TOS somehow. Yeah, that's super fucking gnarly, and that's even worse. Yeah. There are streamers that get swatted live on stream. Yeah, that's happened. And that's where you have to be selective about who you give that power to. If you give the power of someone 911ing on your behalf, you have to absolutely fucking trust them. And yeah, I've got mods in which, dude, I don't trust them. I just trust them to mod my channel, not make 911 calls on my behalf. That would be a totally separate thing. Yeah, swatting is super fucking gnarly. You have to be very explicit about the people that you would trust for such a thing. They would be people that you would have to, like, have traceability on if they did this thing. right? And that's where the Twitch life alert would come into, like, yeah, you give your entire, like, personally identifiable information to this system. If you're not willing to do that, then fuck it, right? And it would have to go through, like, some type of, like, identity verification system, so that the person doing a 911 on your behalf is actually, like, legally culpable for fucking up if they do so, right? And that's where, do you have mods that are willing to do such a thing via a third party? And yeah, I don't know, man, that's tough. Maybe stacking, yeah, there's some, like, system to be done there for Twitch life alert, etc., that I'm not willing to, like, opt into that yet. But I really think there is some really, like, business viable thing the more and more we become eternally online. Right? The more and more we become eternally online, the more and more a Twitch life alert type system makes a lot of fucking sense. But you need to trust the people that would actually opt into and, like, dial it and make it happen, right? So I get it, Vinny. If you want to steal my ideas, go for it. I would love to make this idea too. If anyone wants to make it a thing before I do, cool. But if you do turn it into a business, can you recognize that I'm basically a subject matter expert that you should probably pay to help, like, launch your business, like, bring me on as a founder, etc.? And I'll help build it out. We can build it out as a system. I can be a founding engineer if you want, as long as I can do it here on stream. Yeah, totally. But if you want to do this, like, do you think you have enough knowledge about the field to cut me out of it? And that's on you. So Kinslayer has already come up with an ideas as a service business to cut me out of the ideas as a service Trello board. But that means they have to come up with ideas on their own. Good luck. I mean that literally as, like, a good luck from, like, Taken. Good luck. Meanwhile, Kinslayer, could you just cut me into some of that profit and I could share with you some of my genius business ideas? If you think what I've come up with right now is all of it, I mean, you're discounting the value that my future brain holds. When instead, you should actually just simply establish a service around my brain. And we can make some major money. Ooh, Vinny, that sounds like a fun idea. Like, yeah, other fighter throws a right cross. What are your moves? Do you counter the cross, or do you dodge the cross? Countering the cross means that your arms are occupied, and you have to follow up in a certain way, versus dodging the cross means you can actually sweep the leg and take them down to the ground, right? And if your ability and your skills are towards ground game, then you probably win just due to dice rolls automatically. I really like the idea there, Vinny. I hope I didn't, like, steal your idea. Oh my god, I could make the whole same thing and, like, yeah, swoop you. But dude, your idea is yours, and I don't want to monetize that. I don't want to build around it, but you could totally have some insights into how this entire thing is monetizable. Ooh, buddy. Right? Could you write some AI that analyzes fighters in some UFC, like, video feed and points out what they could have done to do it better, to, like, win the fight? Ooh, yeah, so here we see them do that kick, and yeah, that kick didn't land, but if it had landed, how could the fight have gone better? Assuming, you know, their tendencies for a thing to, like, react to a thing, right? So you would have to deliver the value on this person's tendencies and how they react to an action, and then you'd have to map out, well, yeah, based upon this action, how could the fight have played out differently? you're already sitting on like $1 million idea if you have a very clear-cut way of establishing those patterns and how to read those patterns and what the fight could have done beyond then. Like, oh my god, you're sitting on like a multi-million-dollar idea of how could the analysts of a fight come up with a better like fight idea, right? So again, Vinny, I'm not right about anything. The idea I just came up with, anybody could come up with. The whole key is, can you recognize the value to optimize around like the decision within a certain fight or whatever, right? Like that's on you. You are the one that has to actually like deliver on that value proposition. I just came up with a random idea that I have no idea how to quantize, how to like make reality from video, etc. So again, like I just pointed out something that could be done, right? But you actually need to solve that problem in a way that's actually solvable, and that's way different from some stoner just saying words, you know? Ooh, Kinslayer. Yeah, just kiss him on the cheek. It'll totally make him like, wait, what the fuck just happened? And that's when you fucking lock him up. Heyo, that's the move, right? Just a kiss on the cheek real quick to like make their brain short circuit, and then boom, you got them locked up. I'm surprised that that hasn't been a strategy yet, because that would win like so many fucking times. That, like, yeah, just strip down to naked, and they don't want to fight anymore anyway. Fuck it, because you're flopping around in front of them, right? Yeah, boom, nailed it. Like, they just fucking curl up into a ball because they can't react to, like, such a thing because they're so homophobic or whatever. Boom, nailed it, right? A/B test that. How many times does someone win if they just fucking strip in the middle of the fight? I don't think it's actually been tested yet in enough ways to like have a solidified, guaranteed like win ratio based on it. So that would be tough. I think stripping naked would be the win immediately. But if you could just not do the stripping naked part and optimize for another part, then hey, maybe. I don't know. Gavin, are you missing it? Are you not aware? The ankles are a major fucking submission point. If you can grab someone's fucking ankle and twist just right, they will tap the fuck out. So yeah, like, Gavin, if you're not aware, ankles are a massive, easily optimized, like, choke point, or like, pressure point, etc. Yeah, heel hooks, like anything optimizing around like the weakness of the ankle. Yeah, if you don't tap out from like a gnarly like ankle hook, yeah, if someone twists just right, your ankle will actually be strong enough, but your knees will give out. Yeah, ACL, MCL, etc. Right? Like G-Bone, WWE is tapping into the fact that that is a very vulnerable fucking like joint to fucking work. Yeah, your ankle is actually stronger than your knee in many cases. You don't even realize that. But yeah, your ankle, you will typically give out at the knee before your ankle gives way. Besides like skateboarding where you just like roll it wrong and fucking the oblique part sucks. Every other part of your ankle, you're actually stronger than your knee. And it's fucking crazy. Oh, so Vinny, I don't know the exact thing you're talking about, but yes, ankle holds are fucking gnarly. And if you can get a good ankle hold, holy shit, dude. Yeah, a good ankle hold is something someone should definitely tap out of, because you don't realize that your ankles are stronger than your knee in a lot of aspects, especially torsionally, right? Especially like rotationally. Right? Your knees are not meant to actually deal with the rotation aspect. That's not something they were built for. Ooh, so Vinny, again, I have no idea. I only know people who've broken those, or like torn those ligaments snowboarding wise, and it's still fucking terrifying from their screams. Ooh, so Trevenge, that's what you're pointing out. Yeah, a bad ankle fucks up your knee normally for the most part anyway. Yeah. Ooh, Gavin, that's fucking gnarly. So skiing is terrifying. You'll never catch me skiing or even snowblading because the independent rotation of your knee in all of the other angles is something that skis encourage and snowboarding doesn't do, right? So snowboarding wise, your knees are only vulnerable to certain things. Yeah, like skiing wise, your knees are way more fucking vulnerable. The way that you like rationalize skiing over snowboarding is you have more maneuverability and like stuff you can like get yourself out of on skis versus a snowboard. You get yourself on top of a cliff that you don't want to go off of on a snowboard, you have to be very careful about unstrapping from that snowboard and hiking the fuck back up out of it. Whereas skis, you can just fucking like side hill your way back up and then just cut over. Right? So there's certain things that skis are very good at that snowboards suck at. As far as knee stability goes, snowboards are better. Skating is gnarly. Yeah, my brother put his arms down skating and like dislocated his elbow. No, he broke his fucking arm above the elbow. And that shit's even gnarlier. Like, holy shit balls. That shit's even gnarlier. Fuck that. No thank you. Anytime someone says they dislocated their elbow, I think you're actually mistaking the fact that you broke your arm above the elbow and they called it a dislocation, but no. You got fucked up. So Trevenge, no, ankle injury is not something any snowboarder should ever suffer. Yeah, so I'm gonna point that out, Trevenge, like ankle injuries are not a snowboarding injury at all. Knee injuries are. Ankle injuries are something you should never get on a snowboard. If so, either your bindings are too loose or your boots were too loose as well. Ankle injury on a snowboard is insane to me. But knees, ooh, yeah, knees are a thing. If you, dude. No, I get you there, Trevenge. I'm just pointing out, if you're fucking up your ankles snowboarding, there is a major issue with your entire setup. So back in the day, right, the thing that you're quoting is most likely 20 to 30 years old, in which people were using Sorels as their snowboard boots. Modern snowboard boots have progressed to a level that, if you're breaking your ankle on a snowboard boot, you done fucked up in some way that's insane. Whereas, typically your knees will give out. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Skiers are more likely to die. Snowboarders are more likely to get injured. I'm sorry, Trevenge. That article makes no sense to me. G-Bone, trees come out of nowhere anyway. Those are separate things. Yeah, so Gavin, for sure, man. Yeah. Trees are the biggest danger to skiers and snowboarders. It's not like it's one is worse from the other, though, right? Trees are just as equally likely to kill you on a skis setup or a snowboard setup. I'd really have to see some numbers that call that out differently. I just don't believe it. Like, nah, man. You hit a tree with enough speed, it doesn't matter if you're on skis or a snowboard, you're not happy. I think the biggest thing is, on a snowboard, going towards a tree, you're typically likely to, like, catch it in the belly area because you're gonna wrap around the tree, whereas skis, you might catch it straight center because your skis, like, just went and tried to go around it, which is not possible on a snowboard. So I can see where, like, the numbers could be slightly skewed because of that. On a snowboard, you're not gonna split the tree in any way, right? So if you get towards the tree and you're gonna split it, your board's gonna hit it first and that's gonna absorb your impact. But if you're in a sketchy way, you might catch that tree to your fucking, like, hip and kidneys and, like, ribs and, like, inner stomach, etc. But you're not gonna catch it straight on, head first, bam, right into the tree, right? On a snowboard, you're more likely to catch the tree to your midsection than your face. I can agree with that one. That is a thing. I will embrace and endorse that. I understand how that could happen. That is such an edge case, though, that, like, no, you're going to be hitting the tree at enough speed that catching it to your fucking kidney and liver is just as bad as catching it to the face. Like, you're not happy, and you're going to sit there dying unless someone can get you off that mountain quick enough. Right? Rupturing your spleen is totally a thing you can do wrapping around a tree. Right? Doing major damage to your kidneys and liver while you're wrapped around a tree are also a thing. Like, I don't know. You just gotta point that out. Like, if you get wrapped up around this thing, your odds of survival are probably similar, but yes, if you're a skier, you still have the chance of, like, splitting the tree and catching the tree towards your entire, like, vertical midsection, which means your sternum, your heart, your face, all this shit. Like, so I can get that. But if you are doing a lateral fall into it, skis or snowboard are the same fucking fall as to your midsection. I get it, Vinny. I'm still talking about the thing we were talking about. The other stuff I'm less concerned with. I don't know about a zombie attack on skis or a snowboard. I don't fucking care. If you're dealing with a zombie attack on skis or a snowboard, you're just dying anyway. Because the moment you have to unstrap from your snowboard or disconnect from your skis or try and run from someone, like, zombie-wise in ski or snowboard boots, you're dead already. Like, just accept it. You're dead, man. Have fun. Hey, you're a zombie now too. No, I mean, at some point you have to stop anyway, and zombies won't stop. So when you're sitting there trying to unstrap from your skis or remove your fucking snowboard, that's when you get bit. Duh. Easily, right? Nothing will optimize around the fact that these things are fucking relentless, and they will bite you when you're, like, sitting still. You have to sit still to get out of these fucking boots. There you go, Vinny. Yeah. If a bear really wants to eat you, you better send it off a fucking cliff. Because the bear will keep chasing you. Because it's fucking hungry. Ooh, so Gavin, you're not wrong. Like, in a frozen environment, zombies would theoretically move slower anyway. Just due to, like, physics, right? So yeah, ski resort would be one of the best places to live, especially up the mountain on something that overhangs some shit and you got, like, a very clear separation between, like, where the zombies could get and where you're at. Right? Get little flamethrowers on your infrastructure, no big deal. Totally, no problem. So yeah, zombie apocalypse happens. I'm moving to the fucking mountains and I'm skiing all the fucking time. I'll just carry a fucking flamethrower with me. No big deal. Easy. Out of all the Vexilla ports, which one did I enjoy the most? I mean, currently we're working through the most modern version of Vexilla, and none of these actually deal with it. JSTS is the only one that does so currently. So, I don't know, like, enjoy the most is bullshit? Like, just make stuff and make it work. So yeah, Senrior, I don't know. I don't care. I'm sorry. Vinny, like, seriously, if you're thinking about and brainstorming some product there, like, go for it, man. Like, Vinny, seriously. Yeah, that would be something that you could monetize and create value from and make something that you sell to someone. Like, go for it, man. I'm not trying to, like, think out your entire business. That's your job. Go for it. Like Vinny, that's not my concern. That's not even what I was talking about. If you want to take an idea and run with it, that's yours, man. Go for it. I require no attribution, no inspiration like link, etc. If you do this based upon our chat, fuck it. I don't care. Do it. You don't owe me nothing. Just make it happen. What are you waiting for? Again, if you think you need to learn other stuff first, well, that's on you, but I don't think you do. All right, real quick. Time Enjoyed, are you out there? How do I register for the jam? I don't see what channel I need to be a part of or anything. All right, we're already at 7:23 p.m. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm slacking. We got stuff we're doing. I gotta get this stuff working, but I want to play some games. I want to eat some food. I just want to chill, right? Yeah, we slacking, we chilling. We do what we do. Yeah, oh man, we're so close to this Rust actually working. Yeah, we got bugs, for sure. But based upon these bugs, I think we're good. Trevenge, you're saying you want to do a quick Pomodoro? Yeah, go for it. No big deal. No, I'm at the point where, like, I don't do the Pomodoro thing. I'm sorry. I'd rather just chat and hang out and not ignore chat for any amount of time. I'm sorry, like, that's not how my process works. There you go, Vinny. Convince someone to talk shit so that he punches them and gets taken to jail, and then you win by default. Bim bam boom science. Right? Just convince him to fight someone at some random club, and then he goes to jail because of it, and then he can't fight because he's disqualified. Easy. That's the way you beat Conor McGregor. Like, totally. Duh. Duh. No, drink his whiskey and have him hit you. That's how you win. Duh. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? All right, who do we go raid? I haven't had a chance to raid Coding with Strangers until recently. Let's do that. He's awesome. Such a chill dude. Is that his name? Is his name actually Hero? Why isn't his name Hero the Dev? And eventually it's just Hero. Nah, he's awesome. Yeah, I don't know his actual full real name. I would love to chat with him in some public way at whatever chance we get. I hope he goes to TwitchCon. That'd be cool. That'd be amazing. Maybe he doesn't, that's fine. I don't care if he does. He's still awesome, and I really like Coding with Strangers. He's a very awesome dude. I really hope he does attend TwitchCon. But, you know, no stress if he doesn't want to. We'll mention it for him, but don't guilt him into something he hasn't planned anyway. Like, you know, he's got shit to do. But yeah, ayo, right? We can just head over there. He just shortens it to H. No big deal. But yeah, let's go say hi to Coding with Strangers. Awesome dude. Super chill. Hangs out. Never makes you feel bad. I should learn from him. Later. I don't know why my audio... hold on. Shit. God, I wish I had... I'm really not sure what the issue with my audio is, and I don't feel like dealing with it right now. I'm sorry, Coding with Strangers. You know you're the man. But yeah, I'm fucking up. I'm sorry. I have no idea how to fix it. I want to play games, right? No big deal. We see, oh man, like people from other gaming chat chiming in from me like having the worst headache of the year over on other channel, on this channel. But yeah, so Sonic, if you're out there, Vinny, if you're out there, thank you all. But please go hang out with Coding with Strangers instead. He's awesome. He'll chill. I got food to cook, so it's no big deal. We'll watch some bullshit TV show. How about that? What up, Senrior? How you doing? Rubby TV. That's a totally different website that we can't show on stream. Toast with lever postage. Is that like a liver pate of some kind? Right? Like you take the liver and like spread it on the toast and it's like just good and delicious? Cool. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds really amazing, actually. Hold on, we're pausing this. I haven't seen that film yet. We can throw on just some random thing in the meantime while we find some comedy to check out, I guess. Oh, hold on. Was that Big Trouble in Little China? Oh, Mr. Nice Guy? That ain't it. Oh, I don't know what the one you suggested yesterday was. I'm sorry. I forgot. It's like, dude, anything that happened yesterday, I forgot. Like, nah, dude, I'm sorry. I was suffering through a fucking cluster headache, so nothing is something I actually give a shit or care about. Okay, you're talking about, Are We There Yet? I've heard it's a good film. It's fine. No big deal. You can listen to and watch some Stay Tuned while I get shit cooking. And I got other stuff I want to watch, like Need for Speed, which I've never actually seen before. If we only get 4 people max showing, well then I got some video editing to do. Now, if we get more people than 4, right? If we get more than 4 people hanging out, I will happily play any game y'all want. Just let me know. But I gotta pee. I got some food to make. Hell yeah.
Needs more butter. Murray, get the door.
Just grown out of these trips. Sorry, but I don't want to be the great white hunter.
Sorry to disturb you at this hour, Mr. Seidenbaum, but you have been personally selected to receive a most irresistible offer.
Giving me instructions like I'm still a little boy.
Realized you felt like this, Douglas. I'm surprised you didn't say anything before this.
Murray, what are you doing back there? Murray!
My name is Daryl Nabel. I'm a pretty normal kid who led a pretty normal life. Until that night.
It looks and feels natural, whether you're skimming the surf at 30 knots or racing the wind on a cruiser for 2.
And remember, we stand behind it. And by the way, I'm not only the heckler president, but I'm also a client.
In describing my dad, several names come to mind. Bill Cosby, Alan Thicke, the father on the Brady Bunch. My dad watched all of them. In fact, he watched anything on TV all the time. They say the average American watches 7.5 hours of TV a day. If that's true, there are two guys who never watch, and my dad took their times.
Perhaps I shall, one day. You have some dispatches for me, Captain? I have some dispatches for the Queen.
Prepare to taste Corsican steel.
Hi.
Hi. It's late.
Yeah, I know. I'll be up in a minute, honey.
I'm thinking of renting out your side of the bed.
Huh?
All right, so I got some bratwurst that I'm going to heat up, but they're not ready to heat up yet.
It's just there are more things you can do with it than only watch it. For instance, you can also make money with it.
It's a good film, though. Love this movie.
Young electronics genius, Daryl Nabel, has just won the Nobel Prize
Oh, you
for electronic
dipstick.
surveillance for secretly videotaping his sister Diane French kissing with her boyfriend Chris. We're talking tongues here. For copies of this tape, send $3 to Daryl Nabel, 1532 Blue Jay Court.
Hey, Nabel, your kid's messing up my TV reception again. And your dog's messing up my dichondra. Rivets didn't do that. Oh, well, there must be a brontosaurus loose in the neighborhood. Bad dog. Bad dog. I'm gonna call the FCC, I tell ya! The FCC!
It's called Stay Tuned. It's terrible, but amazing. It's so good.
With a vitamin company. My dad had this real suck job selling plumbing supplies.
We might just watch this. I have another movie, like, totally, like, you know, spawned up.
A midlife crisis, whatever that is.
But this one's good. Like, I don't know, man.
She said he was jealous of her success.
We could just watch this
He
instead.
said he wasn't. They argued a lot.
Oh,